I stuck him! Oh my god! Go for that! Go!
Watch your side and never quit.
Side from runway. You gotta watch it, alright?
Okay.
Follow me if you want to win.
I go. Oh no.
I'm dead though.
I'm here if you die.
Rocket Max, get the reload.
This is your champion.
I know more than you'll ever know.
You gotta live. Running green, one hit.
You and I are not equals. Remember this.
I'm the jump master. This time.
Dropping in, hang on.
Let's try to stick together. All we gotta do is win this initial battle. One landed on top.
First blood.
Good. Just have no armor.
Yeah, no armor. Let's head back this way.
Yeah. Good. Oh, armor.
Oh, there's people here.
Oh, right here, bro. Right
Body
here.
shield here. Level 1.
Let's be careful because there's gonna be a third party. He's in here, I think.
Let's explore this way.
Oh, he's hiding in here. He ran. His friend's coming. His friend's coming right
Or
here.
the friend coming. Crack.
Yep. Going around the back.
Dropped him.
Nice. Here. Stay inside. It's another team.
Enemy
Shield up.
taken out.
I'm good. Bait him in. Let them come to us.
I don't think they see us. There's two teams fighting.
Yep. Right here. One run back. Right here.
Let's go this way.
He's on here. He's on the wall. Let him come in. Watch with me. Nice job. Alright, let's see what's going on.
Need that heavy.
Oh, you need heavy? Here.
Catching myself up.
Alright,
Good.
just paint this. Let's get in there. Yeah.
You watching us? Alright, I'm coming.
One more.
Coming. Nice job. Good job, homie.
I'm the kill leader. Now run with me.
Need help? Syringe.
I got tons. Yeah, I have tons of them. Yeah, I got so much. I'm gonna portal us out of here.
Setting a portal.
Fighting over here.
Portal's ready.
Here. Right here.
Yeah, I'm a little bit behind you.
Yep. See him? Someone's dead.
How's
Pop.
that? I'm upstairs.
Popped. Oh!
This time I'm down.
Where was I getting hit with a charge rifle? Right here. Can't. He's low, dude. He should be like flesh. Nice. The whole nother team out there. So
I dropped one in him.
yeah, that was the guy I heard. There's another team out there though. Nice. There he is. Good job. Here, get my body armor. You're good. You got the advantage. Yeah, hold the healer. There you go. Oh,
Bitch.
good try, man. Good try. I got like charge rifled from the left or something. I don't know. That's how it goes. Pretty good. How you doing today, man?
Oh, not too bad, man. Not too bad. How about you?
I'm doing good. Guys said it's because my origin is frozen. Ah, makes sense.
Front line. We got Christ in my blood.
Midday. All good with me.
I'm gonna go back to our tower. Did you time our snipe? I did. It's up at 15 snipe.
This is your champion.
I hope I find you before they do.
Hostile over there. Never mind.
I had a bet. There we go.
Enough lying around. We drop it.
We're actually pretty good, man. Surprisingly. I don't see anybody. I'm gonna go inside. The only person I saw was Thunderdome. Like, we're pretty set. Push back here. Oh, I didn't want to drop that. I'm going back here.
You going back?
Yeah, I know someone's back here. One team. Right there, I didn't mean it.
Somebody was here.
Where is he? He's down here. Oh, right here.
Right here, right here.
47. He's 47. It's perp.
Enemy over there.
I don't know where the other one
Shit.
I'm taking shots.
Right here, right.
Reload.
Another one coming up.
Rings closing in. They spotted me. I'm taking shots.
Nice.
Hold on. Last member's down. One squad closer to winning. Far range.
shields in there if you need any. Guy is perp. Right here. Or no, he didn't. Yeah. It.
Placing a portal.
Need a light extended mag.
Portal's ready. Rings coming in.
What's up with my aim, man? I'm a little bit to the left today. I got that hook.
Heads up. New kill leader.
I guess not enough games played.
Be a devotion. Or Kraber.
Nice.
Ooh, Kraber.
Somebody else using the breaker. Yeah, a lot of people don't like discussing politics. Takes maturity to discuss politics. What happened?
I'm just talking to my stream.
Ah.
Punching a tunnel. Portal placed.
Someone's over here.
Let's go this way.
Heard that.
Gonna push up. Question. I can't even shoot that far. That's so far. 300 meters. Yeah, let's get up here. I can snipe him from here. There. I'm chasing. We have no mobility. Walk everywhere.
The champion made a poor choice.
They're getting third partied. I'm gonna go in from this way.
Might be something good this way.
Could be more third parties. Oh, he just knocked Endurance. Okay. Oh, they're actually coming out there. Just killed him.
New kill leader. Watch for them.
See anybody?
That's the guy that's using the Kraber. That guy that just killed Endurance.
Yeah, they're not there. There's a lot of boxes.
They there. They gotta be healing.
Yep, yep. They're coming. Right here.
Target over there.
Yep, he right there, Luke.
Hiding.
Watch him. He got that Kraber.
Yeah, I think they ran. Oh, it went through his head. It's cracked.
One right here. He healing up. He's not coming.
It's hurt bad.
Throwing thermite grenade.
He's not coming.
What? He's hurt bad. Right here.
Let's go this way. Guardian.
Watch the guy right here. He's sitting right there.
He ran. Gone. Not going in that way though. It's a bait.
See if it's a better shield right here.
Alright. Watching.
Care package coming in.
Alright, they're fighting now. Here.
Punching a tunnel.
You got a nade? I'm ripped. Throw it on that. Going over here, dude. We're gonna get third party whatever fight we get in. Get over here.
Listen, let's move here.
That wasn't the
Shit, this was playing like rank.
Yeah.
That was the team we were shooting at. That was that lifeline. The lifeline, and I didn't see the other.
Yeah, it was a different team. That's what I'm saying. We're gonna get third partied. Yeah. May feel like you want to rush in, but no point in rushing in if we just die.
It's another team right here.
Yeah.
Got one just sitting on the top right here. And this guy going to move.
It's popped. 52. probably pushing him. Somebody shot smoke at us. Watch around us.
People coming up the zip. And a team coming behind us.
Alright, alright. Let them come. Left or right side? Can you see him?
Oh, they up here now. They're here now.
It's popped.
I fell off.
Reloading. I downed an enemy.
You good?
He hurt. He running in the back. Back this way.
Where?
Smart. Kill
I
leader
don't see
down.
him.
He right here.
Alright, let's push him. Below me, I
We
think.
should go here.
Nice.
The package coming in.
Alright. We played it patient. We let them set up themselves. Instead of overextending.
Got a hit. Right here.
Where?
Right there. This guy right here.
That's a mirage. Is he real?
No,
That's
he's
fake.
right there.
They spotted
He's
me.
got a Kraber
Taking
too.
shots. Need to recharge my shields.
Good. Yeah, he's a mirage.
Eyes
Is he
are open.
pushing?
Nah, nah. He's poking his head out that rock.
Beginning ring countdown.
It's a little fake decoy. Come on, dude. What's your decoy?
He behind. I think he a solo.
Probably.
Follow the tunnel. I set the portal.
He's here. He's here.
He just hit that invisible.
Oh!
I'm taking shots.
He's got a friend in the back with a Kraber.
Recharging my.
No, no, no. Gotta heal, dude. You're alone. What? Oh my gosh. He's chasing you. He's chasing you. They're both almost dead right here. Both almost dead. Both almost dead.
Need to recharge
I'm
my.
trying to heal up.
Okay, they're both almost dead though. They ran. I ripped them hard. They went down here.
We should go here.
Alright.
I don't want to go there. I'm just. Oh, right here. Just did his ultimate.
Heads up. We've got an airstrike coming in.
I'm trying to change my secondary weapon. I gotta change its Kraber. 1 second. Okay,
Recharging my shield.
let's just play it patient. Oh, he's right here. I hit him 45. Friend's right here. He's got a devotion. Nice, nice. Low. Rush him, he's low.
Need to recharge.
I'm coming. You good? Let's go. Let's go. Thanks, man. See? Patience was the day. Patience and planning, man. Anything we could tell this generation. Patience, planning, and hard work. Dubsky.
Watch out and open. Hear that? I got away. Hey, why double? Bobby kind of weak. I have a drainer. Drop. You have a drainer. Push open. No, don't. Push open. Yeah, they might grab that. One lobby. Back up. Watch out, lobby. Siding. Watch out, lobby. Both side on you. You back up. Push behind me. Open. Behind me. Open. Behind me. Open. I killed one. No, nice. He wasted the drainer. He wasted the drainer. He wasted the drainer. I pushed this kid.
And I know you've been feeling like nobody cares. Looking for love everywhere, but nobody.
You and me, let's take this win.
Come lobby.
You try not to show it, but
Stay
all
here.
I
Stay
see
here.
is
Come back.
pride. All I see is fear. That's not
I've seen it all. Nothing surprises me.
focus. Make this the year. Yeah, you're hopeless. Give him your tears.
Introducing your champion. Come on now. Bring it. AJ Shea will be waiting for you down there.
I'm the jump master. This time.
So that's what fierce means like.
Dropping in. Hang on. First blood.
Well, nothing here. We're flying out of the portal. About all I know.
Let's go this way.
Yo, what's up, mate? Pushing in there.
Still over there. Throwing arc star. Throwing arc star. Frag out.
Knocked. When you got a self for us then, it's this guy.
Listen, let's move here.
Let it pop, boy.
That was the last one. Nice work. Reloading.
Still people in there, that's why they weren't pushing. I do want that.
I could use that.
Oh. This. I don't know, we can check. Really have to push in there. Old boxes. Okay. Good loot. They might have ran already. Oh, if they did, but we'll see. A lot of boxes. Pretty set up. Combo. Yeah. Oh, I can't go in. No. Look at this though. I glitched it. Funny. Kind of trippy, huh?
Care package coming in.
See somebody? Alright, let's go, let's go.
Yeah, that's the team over there.
Oh, yep. We're about to enter in the city right here. Right here. 47. Challenge him. He's alone. He's above me. Got purple.
Recharging my shields.
Alright, let me push you. You chasing?
Ah, he one hit.
Being aimed at. Patching myself up.
Why did they cancel? Still chasing? I don't think so.
Need to recharge my shields.
We're gonna have both purple and probably gonna die, but whatever. I didn't care. I'm not gonna sit there and play without you.
Follow me if you want to win. This place is something else. Let's go.
This is your champion.
There's a thin line between life and death. Find me there. It's time. I'm the jump master. Here we go. Ready up. Closed door over there.
Attention. First blood.
First blood. Should have seen that coming.
Yeah, I could make a full video on tips.
Enemy down. Reload.
Oh, he's right here. It's one shot.
You should totally go respawn so we can do that again.
Thanks.
This time, different.
Gonna get my box. That though.
I need it.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
New kill leader. Go on, watch out. R99 here. Extended light mag here. Leather too. I need heavy ammo. Say what? We're all inside this building.
Package being delivered.
Heads up. Care package coming in. Frag out. Throw my grenade out. That's the last of that squad. There's one more. Hold on.
Deploying health drone.
Recharging my shield. Punch explore this way. Might be something good this way.
Take a look at my eyes. God knows
I'm taking shots.
They might be watching.
It's
Don't worry.
hitting me.
when I drive through the night. It's 4 a.m. and I'm doubting myself. I'm alone with my fears and I can't see the light. I'm just like you. All that pain, all that shame, all those fears, all those chains. Gotta get it off me. Yeah. I know what it's like to come in last place. Gotta get it off me. Yeah. All that pain, all that shame, all those fears, all those chains. Gotta get it off me. I know what it's like to come in last place. I gotta get it off me. All that pain, all that shame, all those fears, all those chains. Gotta get it off me. And I know I'm not found in my mistakes.
Oh, what's up, man?
Get it off me. I know what it's like to come in last place. I gotta get it off me.
Oh, I saw some reviews on it.
It's like to be in last place. I gotta get it off me.
Hey, you sound fine.
My gun was on single player. My gun was on single player, bro.
Sound cool to me.
I'm not afraid. I'll never be.
I'm ready. Let's get the job done.
This is your champion.
You know what I look like. Come find me.
It was different for me, yeah. They could see the vision, it was crystal to me.
I'm the Jump Master.
How the
This
tables
time.
turn interestingly, yeah. If it's what it is, that's what it's meant to be.
Here we go. Ready up. Let's go to nothing.
You gonna be playing Apex at all? Alright.
Next ring's far. New kill leader. Watch for them. Let's explore this way. Go this way. Enemy spotted. Danger, move. Enemy down. Reloading. Smart. Recharging my shield. The ring's closing in a minute.
Oh, right
We're
here.
not close. Target over there.
Setting a portal.
They laid traps.
Just went through it. Here. Don't go through that portal though. He's gonna put a trap on it, really. Yeah, he's got 2 traps on it. Yeah. And we're here now. Right here.
Let's go this way.
He's out here. Are you kidding me? I knocked him. Here, just cover me. He's dropping gas. Dropping gas. He's coming. Nice! That's my boy. That's my boy right there. You got your healer?
And I'm not done.
Yo, what's up, Rebel?
Eyes are open now.
Where's the other box?
Right here. On the bottom. Jumped off the side. Yeah, it's right here.
Got a half up here. Select fire.
Alright, let's go. Oh, that's cool. Yep.
Follow the tunnel. Portal's ready.
Ooh. Burp right here, bro.
Might be something good this way.
Ah, should I get it or?
I would.
150 to the next.
Yeah, that extra whatever right now could be the difference in life and death. There's only 7 squads anyways. Yeah. Are these guys, dude? Oh. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I saw a review on it. Only thing I saw, they said it works, but it uses a lot of CPU or RAM.
People fighting back up there.
I don't know. That's just what they said. So you do your own investigation. You have a powerful PC, so yeah, I don't think you need to be too concerned. And yeah, that's not bad. Right, exactly. But I'm saying with your PC, maybe with like a basic PC, that would be a big, you know. You got him?
The other one is no, the other one is flesh. He's trying to come up.
I dropped this one too.
Trying to get him. He's gonna come back.
He's right here. No! I couldn't hop away. He's good. Very good. Here, come back, res me. Just let him bait him in. Bait him in.
Thanks. Recharging my shields.
Nice.
Get your ass out of here, bro. Trying to slide
He
it.
killed the champion and the leader. Oh, dude.
You took out the kill leader. Good choice.
I need a light extended mag.
Yeah, when you have 32 gigs of RAM, you really don't gotta worry about anything.
Eyes are open now.
Yeah. Only reason I never got 64 is because, like, in all the studies they've done, there's not like a major
People.
up here above me.
Yeah.
All right, I'm portaling.
Setting a portal.
I gotta heal.
I don't even need it.
All right. Yeah, I need to heal quick.
Yeah, they just threw a grenade in there.
Okay.
Patching myself
Well,
up.
32 to 64, just not as big as an increase. And it's from 16 to 32. Major difference.
Frag out.
All right,
We got a minute 30. Circle coming.
right here.
Someone.
I hit him too. Splash.
Enemy down.
The other one. Here.
Popping the shield battery.
Enemy taken out.
Running into a different team. Different team. Don't push up. Be careful. 3 of them out here. Push back. Push back. I can't see them in the smoke. I think they have digis. Right here.
Making contact with enemy.
Other one's on the right side.
Rings not too far.
Pop.
Healing.
It's popped. Pulling back. I got no shield bad. So.
We're close to the
Knock one.
Alright, here. Play aggressive then. After you heal. He set a portal. Nice. Can be concerned. I have no shield bats. Kind of pop 5 individual shield cells. He set that quick, so he's like gotta be right down the hill. Ooh, devotion. Got this thing.
It is. It's right here.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Gotta be close.
Circle, man. Circle.
Yeah, let's go in. What is he gonna do?
People.
Here, get outside the ring first. Let's bit ring camp. Guy's gonna try to third.
That's that one guy.
Alright. Where is he?
He was right there. Well,
I see him.
Right there.
He's popped. Oh, that was the same guy. It was champion last game.
Last squad.
Funny, dude.
Need to recharge my shield.
I think someone's up here. Oh, they're fighting.
No, it's only one team.
They're shooting. These. Oh, right here. I'm setting a portal.
Placed.
I'm low health. I knocked
Need
one.
to
I
recharge
knocked
my
one.
shield.
Just run.
Knocked one.
I'm coming. He's right there. He's not even rezzing. I'm coming. My boy Snapchat.
You are the champion.
Snapchat dead.
You are the Apex champions.
My homeboy.
How do you do that?
Getting those W's on that, boy. My boy Tigo Light. Hey, yo, do you have a Discord, Snapchat?
I do.
Can you add me as a friend so I can send you a link, please?
Can you hear me through game chat?
Yeah, but I don't like it. I don't see his request. I'm waiting. Are you by New Man Pound? Alright, what is it? Can you say that again, please? Yep. Yep. Five 391. Huh? Trying to get it popping. I'm trying to build it. Yeah, I just added 3 more today. Yeah, Tigo, he's in responsibility for helping me build it. I have to give him another pop down. You know who plays it? Modern Warfare? Mav. I guess he's playing right now. He plays a lot of different games, I think. I added him. Where is he? Friends.
You added me?
Yeah, I sent you a request. It says pending.
Okay.
New. You got like an A as your symbol. Yeah, see. Alright, so he added me. Where's... Alright, Newman. There he is. There you go, buddy.
going on, man? Let me fix my in-game chat.
Me and him.
Alright.
Ew. Here. Yeah, you can play. Oh man, I got an error. Just cancel it. Let me rejoin. Yeah, you can play Path. Or I mean, you can play Wraith. Yo, what's up? Do you love that? That's gold shot, right? I ain't seen him in a while, man. I ain't seen gold shot for a while.
Come on, we've got work to do.
My name is Ray, and we have a job to do.
You and me, friend.
Introducing your champion.
Let's make a choice. Land here. Dropping in. Hang on.
Yeah. Good.
First love.
Whoa! I thought that was you. Nice, nice. Knocked him. Yep, I'm just gonna keep crawling away. Nice!
Hold on.
Oh boy, Tigo back on it.
Looking out.
Good. I got one. Is Octane? I think he's coming up right here. He's right here.
Let's move this way.
Patching myself up.
He's over here. He's upstairs now?
Patching myself up. Gotta hop up here.
Anybody? Alright, alright. I'm healing. They're flying in. They're flying in. I'm getting up top. Watch out. He's caustic right here. Knocked one. I'm on the flank. Oh my gosh, dude. They're so low. You're good. You're good. The caustic, I don't know about him. that horrible L-Star. Oh. They're rushing. L-Star, dude. Oh, I'm dead.
Let's go.
Ask him.
Oh, I got the Ellis double kill.
Are you in here? Are you in the chat?
I'm in the chat. I muted myself though.
Can you hear him?
I can hear.
Yeah, he can hear you.
I'm kind of just killing it right now.
He wants to play Call of Duty.
I tried to download the Apex, but something won't let me for something.
It's on that computer. You just gotta make an account.
I tried, but then it said I needed some code and I didn't know how to get it.
Oh. I'm not sure about that.
Bro, it's like promotion code or whatever. Or promo code.
I'll do my best.
12-0 tie.
Dude, that L-Star is so good.
Hey, you gonna hop on Modern Warfare?
Don't you like his voice? I can still not figure out why that mic does that. If you could know how he sounds like he's like 55-year-old muscle bodybuilder. It's my second one. No. I put my graphics card over there, my old one. But no, I actually updated that computer. No, I think it's something to do with the drivers. I don't care.
Here we go. Ready
We've been winning. We won like 2 out of the 5 games we played. Yeah, it's pretty far on the drop. Be surprised. Alpha, Romeo, calling in. Drop. Someone get in the middle. Yep, I'm going for it. Woo! Wingman, give me that, please.
I need it.
This is Joey Vantis. Shout out. Why are you laughing? No, it's in my stream.
Oh, music.
Got the music, homie.
Ooh, that's kind of sick.
I know, we can talk about it later. Let's push the airbase. I think we're good. That's fine with y'all. You got an optic? Ooh. Oh yeah. I can't use it. I don't have any weapons that use that. Yo! Under the ship. I'm gonna land on top. There's so many people under here. I mean, literally. Woohoo! Hop in the hoopty, mama. Yep, popped him. Shields broke. We're pushing under here. Their aim and muscle with charge rifle is pretty good. Flesh? You getting pushed like up front? Yep. This guy's chasing me. This guy's chasing me. He's right here. He's right here. Chasing me. Is he coming across? We got Snapchat, Dad, on our team. Don't be worried, boy. We take pictures of it. Oh, nice, dude. Perfect. That's a new team. You're good. Let's just pull back. Let's pull back. Yeah, let's pull back. 'Cause they're pushing hard. Just pull back, set ourselves up. I got no heavy ammo. Oh my gosh. I'm going down here. Sorry. Almost dead. I don't see him. Here, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. So, yeah. On. I got no heals. Faith didn't get it. Oh, that's nice. Oh my god, huh? They're pushing, you want to get out of here right away. They're coming in the open down there. Oh my gosh. Wow. Just run. I'm running. I got no heals. I cannot believe he grabbed the book. Need shields. Yeah, that's what I really need.
Giving my shields a recharge. Level 2. Backpack here. Level 3. Recharging shield.
Oh my. Coming up to you. Here you go. Oh my gosh. Man, I had him and then the Wraith comes up from nowhere. That was the one that shot us on the respawn. It was the champions. Predator squad. I had the Revenant, but the Wraith came out of nowhere. Lasered me. Yeah, I'm still doing good. Slowing down a little bit. We'll see.
This is gonna be a good fight.
Good.
Let's pick the right way and go.
Fruit. You like them? Kind of different. They don't got like a ton of flavor. Kind of like caramel. Huh?
Let's land here. Dropping in. Hang on.
Yo, what's up? I don't know what happened there in the city right there. Like we all just dispersed. I think they pushed each one of us. I tried to come up to you. When I got up there, you were like, I don't know where you went. I think you dropped down. I think they landed in the bottom half, right here.
Let's explore this way. Lucky us. We are all dibs.
Yep. One bias. He's on top. Wait for him to come in. I'm gonna laser him. Purple, 132. He's almost dead. Nope, he's right here. There's one inside. Blue. There's a blue one in the back marked. Can't even keep up with the chat. Sorry, guys.
I'm repairing myself.
Come on. Dude, what is up with the physics right now? There we go. Dude. How's your family, Jason?
New kill leader appointed.
said you feel like, or you actually have? I was Snapchat. Oh, in your entire life. Okay. Oh, so 18 years. Yeah. Good thing it'll be coming back soon. We'll see though. Is
Incoming care package.
here you go. Auto Brothers. I need a job. I need to work now. Employ me. I'll do anything. Oh no. I accidentally pressed left bumper. I only got 2. I want to push that way, okay. You want it? See any loot? Up on the hill. I didn't hit him at all. He's right here. He's bottom left though, be careful. Be careful, there's a wraith down here. Right here. 79. 79. Yeah, I got 2 of them. They're both broke. They're both broke. They're both broke. Nice. Another one's right here. He's right here. You got him. It's the wraith right here. She's dead too. I'm blocking her. She 1 hit. Get her. It's okay, boy. There you go. Okay. Okay. Here. Can you res me quick?
1 second, we got this.
I'm gonna zip backwards. I'm going backwards. Good job, Tigo. Good pickups right there, boy. How we do it. That's cool. I don't even really gotta rush out of here. So much. Just come back here. There's like 2 million boxes. I need a bolt and maybe a digi if you find one. Yeah, what's up? Alright, that's cool. Any barrels? Yeah, do y'all see any barrels? They're fighting. Why I kept sliding there? There's... Yeah, the portal, it disappears now. Because too many people were using it to win games. That's basically what you said, right? I didn't read it. I mean, to me, it makes sense, though, you know what I mean? Exactly. There you go. Easy. Right here? Oh, right here? They're pushing in? It's probably gonna be the last battle. Be careful, because they're to the left here. I don't see anybody in the smoke. I'm not pushing. Dude, I'm going around this way. There was a team coming around here, and that smoke was already there. We can get up here. Oh, they're up here! Up here! Knocked two of them. I knocked two of them. Got you. You gotta run right away. This is a heavy hill. Heavy. Hard hitter. Mike Tyson style. Ooh, there's a gold havoc up here. Guess y'all are feeling thrifty. There's a red one. Oh. Already ready for me. Dude, this bolt I've been using so much. It is so good. Yep. I got one. I got 2 med kits for you though. Better. Loving this bolt. Going to hit it. Okay. It's in the ring anyways. Probably where they are. I'll go to it. But I have a Kraber. I'm gonna swing right into the whole crew. Yep, it did. I'm gonna put us up top. Wait right here for a sec. Cool. This bolt, dude, is so strong. Here. Nothing. Purple stock. Sorry. Oh, we know they're here, and they could have 2 Krabers because there's one right there. World drop. Oh, they're up. He's hurt bad. 48 on him. You seen the coolest bird? What kind of bird was it? An albatross? I don't really want to keep distance or like even peek. We don't know if they have a Kraber or not. You know what I mean? Right, so it's like we're doomed. Anyway, I'm going over here. Yep, they see me, I think. Just keeping their attention. Here. Right here. Alright. Alright, so where's... I know there's a Pathfinder and Wraith, and that's a lifeline, so it's a full team. Right here! This is the third squad out here. They're out in the open. They're right here.
Target over there.
Right here.
Might be something good this
What he's doing, he's healing. Right here. It's under that ledge right there.
with target.
Then his friends are right here on the wall. Really want to go get that care package, bro. Going.
It's zipline time.
You know where every team is. So. Yeah, it'll be good. They're not pushing. Teams are gonna sit still as much as they can. Ah.
The map says not all of us are inside the next ring.
Yeah, they probably are scared. I think we just position ourselves right here on this ledge.
Let's explore this.
Yeah, all gotta push this way now. I'll stay on over here. Careful though. Hey, dude. That's how it is, right? Though you know, if you push though, you're gonna get third-partied. You know, you're not gonna win. You can push if you. But when we die, cry. Don't cry. Oh, he's getting shot at. That's a sentinel. One of them might though, because there was a He's only blue. Okay, I see her. She's setting up a portal. Here. Oh, dude, she's gonna set them up bad. But what she plans to do. Here, setting this up for us. I don't know what she's doing. I don't even see her.
They spotted me. I'm taking shots. Recharging
I
my
don't know where she set it. Oh, she's right here. That's the other team. That's the other team. Yeah, that's the other team. Alright, here they come. We're in a horrible spot here. But
Giving my shields a recharge.
you guys know or not, actually?
Giving my shields a recharge.
Are these guys gonna... Yeah, I wish I did too. I'm gonna go check back here quick. Oh, right here! There's a guy! This is where he went. 66. Whoa, 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 whoa! Right there, two of them. Here, res me quick, res me. Really... It's coming around, he's coming around. Coming around.
1 minute, ring's not far.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Res me. I know. Should've res me. No, not you. Lifeline. I'm sorry, man.
They really do gotta.
They're coming out with a big update.
Love the game.
They're coming out with a big update, so.
Dude jumps out the window, breaks the glass, and I'm shooting him as he's flying out there. Still able to hurt. Dude, how? I have the light machine gun too. Just with 100 bullets. That's so crazy.
You know that boy was holding it too. I got it! What'd you say? What video game is it? Oh, that boy's excited now. My friend Mav.
Who?
My friend Mav. No, I met him online. I used to play with him. He's the first guy I got into Diamond with. How good is he? I don't know. He was a top 500 on Overwatch in the world. So, he's really good at Apex. But he just quit. Yeah. Once we got into Diamond, it just got too hard. He got tired of it. So. No, Mav. Mavericks GT. Yeah, he quit this game because once we got into Diamond, he just was sick of the game. Yeah, it's a different. Platinum. Yeah. Yeah, it's a different kind of play style. That's why. So. I'm good. I didn't know he was coming up here. They were valiant, but effort doesn't always mean succession. Yeah, he was like mad because he got me in the jump, and I just was like, okay, you did. So I pulled back behind the door, and then you came and just swatted him. Gave him a little fly swatter. I don't know, he must be far because they both didn't die. But there's definitely a third somewhere. Yeah, let's just camp it. It's an easy kill, right? He's done with this game. You got him? Coming up where? Outside? Yeah, he's done with Apex. Yeah, a lot of the Apex pros are going to Valorant. They're kind of all done with this game. Yeah. Well, a lot of them have admitted. Because a lot of them have admitted though, because the competitive scene has just went down. Like, there's just not that much money there. Like, they just had the 100K tournament, but outside of that, there's been far few in between, like, big tournaments. Yep. Perfect time, actually. I was. Yep, everybody's getting paid to do nothing, so. Some of us are waiting on our stimulus checks. No, I don't. It's funny because some of the people I know that have been working the whole time, they don't even got their checks. But everybody else has got theirs. Yeah, mine's gonna come because in print form, check. Not like direct deposit, because I got mine in the mail. Which I don't know why, because I set up my direct deposit. So, I'm not sure, but...
Level 3.
I got one. But I got the wingman, so I gotta keep it. It's all I've been using, dude. It's this wingman. Yeah, it's a good combo too. This is unlooted. Get out of there, Russell. I'm at your dad like that. Alright, dude, so where is everyone? I'm convinced the Digi-Threat's aim is imprecise on the wingman. Yeah, on the wingman. I always thought that, but I had a streamer last night who said it, and I'm even more convinced now that it is. It just doesn't, it's not like the red dot. I think the red dot's just more precise to the hit reticle. I'm going right here for this world drop. Probably will die, but I'm running, getting shot. Going. Huh? They're over there. I got a massive. Yep. Perfect trade, actually. This sounds fair. They're over there, I don't know where. They didn't like come out. Shot me and yeah, I'm looking too. Just shot me and never pushed. Yeah. Good. I think it works pretty good on the R99. But on the, I don't think it does on the wingman. I feel like you have to like, I don't know, there's just something about the shot recognition on it. Not the same. It's not very good actually. Yeah, I do. I just scanned my UAV. Oh, they're in here, I think. I think I'm hearing, I'm not 100% sure, but maybe. I was just doing like James Bond. Oh, that boy tried to hit itself off the wall. That looked funny. No, I was just trying to do like a James Bond drop in on him. The Mastiff headshot. Where are these guys? Alright, let's push in. Yeah, going like into Diamond and then Master or Predator, it's a different playstyle. it doesn't matter how good you are. That's the thing. Like it does to a certain extent, but it's really based around your team. You can have an average team that's like smart and get into diamond, but if you're individually highly skilled, you might be able to get into diamond alone, but you're not gonna make it out of platinum unless you're like, yeah, unless you're very good, very, very good. I know very few people who got in diamond alone without a team. That's the thing though, if you found a team, it'd be funner. Because once you get into diamond, then getting out of platinum is easy. Are they fighting though, dude? Huh? Alright. I don't think they're in there anymore though, because they got 0 damage. Oh, he's right here. Rip me. I'm good, I'm good. Watch out, the path's coming up to y'all maybe. He is. Where is he? Did he run? I'm right here. Someone's zipping. Another one coming up. Healing. Got him. Who's rezzing? Nice. One's got a self-res. I got him. That's a funny meme. It's okay. Let him come. I want him to. 136. Watching him. Yep. He's right here. Wrecked. Oh, I knocked him. Behind us. That Caustic's got a self-res. Caustic's got a self-res. That mastiff boy. Woo. They came running in. That's why I wanted them to come in. It's just a discipline stick. Yeah. Works out. That was a quick game, right? Oh, look at that. My Apex pack, I just got so much cool stuff. Yeah, I heard that he was very sick, like surgery went wrong.
We have a job to do.
Good luck. Have fun. Don't die.
Well, Jack just got me.
Introducing your champion.
Try not to blink. You may miss me.
So funny though, because there's people with like 25,000 to 50 to 60 to 80. Like we're just babies. We're just weekend dad players. Yeah. It's good.
Enough
Yeah.
moving around. We dropping.
Here goes nothing.
Well, you're in a good place in the Discord here, because that's about the basis of most people. Oh, you marked there? Oops. Okay, you grab all that. I'll just run past. I think anybody's here.
Body shield here. Level 2.
See the action? Probably should just head in the city.
First blood, and it's not us. Wonderful.
Nice, thank you. With the hammer. I'm gonna head in the cave. Checking in. What's up, man? Like that flatline, but lately it's just it's consistent, but it's not working. Yeah, I feel like it's just been slow for me. It's too slow. I'm good, man. Thanks for the offer. Thanks for coming by if you... Appreciate you looking out. You're welcome to stay around. Enjoy the content. Not really interested in... Yeah, when he gets stuck. Not fun. Kidding? Come on, man. I can fire it all the way from back there, but I can't from right here. What? They're fighting far. All the way. Oh, right here. You see him? They're up there. Oh, I hit them all! Oh, knocked them! Let's go! Oh my gosh! Yeah, he's right here. Last one. One's got a self-res. Must have a self-res. Dude, I threw the grenades straight up in the air and they landed on them. Oh, I was so excited, I just biffed it. That was crazy. I literally was on the side of the building just throwing grenades straight up in the air. That's funny, dude. Boom. They're over here too. Oh, they're pushing in. Right here. Where is that? On us? Oh yeah, it is. He's right here. He has purple Evo. Knocked him. Yep. He's up there. He's gonna res. He's gonna res. Is he rezzing? On me? He's rezzed.
Recharging my shield.
R301 here.
Yeah, I know. That's why I couldn't let him get away. Thought they had us, but nope. Did you get those shields? Oh, you did. I can't believe he pushed up there like that. Good idea. Yeah, that was funny, wasn't it? Surprised they even tried that. They did, so worked for me. Yeah, I need one. I don't even have one. Nice. Yeah, I got two now. I think that's train yard. Yep. Where those guys are
Dropped. Oh no!
I dropped my food. Cold.
So fast with it.
Ooh, cold
Like, that's
meat though.
crazy to me, dude. That boy's dead.
Alright, there's a caustic close. You ready? See his trap. Or that's not a trap. I thought that was a trap. It's a, oh, looks like a trap. They're here. To the right, probably on the little like entrance. Over here somewhere. Huh? I know, right? It was. I could hear it too. That's what's funny. Right here. Right here. I think he might be a resin here. Flash. Knocked him. Knocked him. It's right here. That guy's solo. Push him, push him. I'm gonna go right beside you. I didn't see his team at all. Oh, he's coming up behind you. Bangalore in the open. Knocked. Oh, I can't even see this guy. I can't see him, dude. Might be resin. Nice. Glitched. Oh, that's funny. Ah, it's so funny, dude. All I really need is a barrel. A barrel and shield batteries. Right?
Incoming care package.
Oh, right here. Go. All right, I'll take it.
Recharging shield.
Man, my hand is hurting. Oh, oh, no, it was Snapchat. Trying to surprise us. Is that the skin that I have? Oh, that's not the skin. I have that classic skin. I don't know. Let's see. Here. I got my zipper. Really nothing this opening, and they could be over there. So just be careful. Yep, yep. Oh, he's up here. I hit him, I hit him. I hit this guy. Whoa, oh my gosh. He must have hit me with all headshots. This guy's cheating. Dude. Who killed you? Brawl Gaming annihilated me. He killed everybody. He killed you too? Dude, he just killed that whole other team in 1 second. Or no, they won. I was about to say, no, he's fine. He was just got... Man, dude. He lit me. I know somebody who did get banned for cheating. I knew they were cheating too. I thought they were cheating at least. I can't say I knew. This person went from like not even getting points and platinum all of a sudden doing all this math. Hey, bro. Playing Call of Duty? Call of Duty. Let's. Hey guys. Play Call of Duty. GB.
Is your champion.
pleases me.
Let's make a choice. Land here.
Hard. Go here.
I say we land here.
Heard that. Here we go.
How did I
Ready
get
up.
lit right there? Fuck that. Not life. Oh, what's up? Up next.
Let's go this way.
Round one.
Fire here.
Beginning ring countdown. New kill leader appointed.
Watch out for the new kill leader, friend.
R301 here. Okay. Have it here.
I need it.
What?
Have it here.
Oh,
New kill leader appointed.
Energy ammo here. New kill leader. I can use that.
powerful.
Light ammo here.
There, there, there.
Use that. Got a cargo bot.
What's it doing? There's no kick. Really? Right here.
Target spotted.
Like that.
That's good.
Contact with hostile.
I downed an enemy.
Took out an enemy.
Nice choice. Making contact with enemy.
Here I go.
Recharging my shield.
Enemy taken down.
Reloaded.
Oh,
Man
dude.
down.
That was the last one. Nice work.
Reloading. Just hold on.
Fast with that shield.
Looking out.
Just giving my shields a recharge. Good. We're inside.
Yeah, that's what killed. Right away, and then I
Recharging shields.
had a regular Havoc.
Body shield here. Level 2.
I am repairing myself.
I need an extended light mag.
Because if you miss the first shot,
Grappling.
doesn't like
Body shield here. Level 2.
anything
Incoming
else.
care package. I love loot.
I need an extended light mag. I need heavy ammo.
Might be something good this way.
Heavy ammo here. Heavy ammo here. Shotgun bolt here. Level 3.
Ready to fly on a zip line. I am.
Yeah, why they like oh, they
Using grapple.
Barrel stabilizer here. Extended sniper mag here. Level 2. I need standard stock.
Frag out.
Pathfinder. Nice. Up, up. Almost dead. Almost dead. It's a random guy. Not even on their team. Man, dude! Think of him. Jeez. Let's kill this guy. Come on, dude. Just run back. Dude, it was that team. It wasn't even him. Dude. Random charge rifle. Ocker tank.
Bull crap.
Oh, it was on there
That's
too.
such bull.
Ocker tank.
That is such a high.
Boom. Like, dude, get up here and play with it, man. Come on. Well, didn't it work? What was it? Is that actually? That would be awesome.
Come on, friend. Time to win.
I'm ready. Let's get the job done. All that matters, being the last one alive.
This is your champion.
What was it?
Here we go. Ready up.
Let's explore this way. I just polished my grapple.
Look the right way and go.
Introducing your champion. I'm fearful all my greatest ideas have gone to waste. I know that if I would, they would probably be good. But who got time for being good when you want to be great? Been super critical. Plus my heart growing super cynical. People hang around acting like they super into you. Meanwhile, all that scheming is they can get from you. Prayers in these cab rides that became a ritual. I told God I want to live here, but it's hard to live righteous when it costs residual cuts. And plus, for my faith I
What
face
happened?
ridicule, but in light of
Recoil at you in the face?
and my wife feeling competition with my career.
Enough lambing around. We drop it.
First blood on the enemy.
Yo, what's up?
Fire, friends. Enemy taken down. Friends banner. We can bring it back. Don't worry, I'm here. Watch out for the new kill leader, friends. Using grapple.
Sorry, I didn't get back on my mic, man. How you doing, Rem? You doing good, man?
Before the ring closes, we have time.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Ring is in close proximity.
Got my homies back.
Shields recharge.
Going through here, actually.
Might be something good this way.
30 seconds left.
The blue right there.
Open supply bin over
Yeah. Could be good to go. Better than you were.
close. 10 seconds.
We're right here. Getting another battle, boys. Oh, I don't want to do that. I want to trade this. Okay. Oh, is that out here? Yeah. They're ripped in this house. Are y'all getting another team pushing you? I killed one. They're below me, dude. Right here. Still 2 inside, I think. There you go. Look at this, man. Right. Oh, thanks for bringing them to us. See ya. I need a sight, dude. Oh, nice. Leave that there, please. Come back for it. I'm gonna go to the vault. I'm already here. I'll let y'all know if there's like a purple shield. Might be pointless to come here. There might only be 1 shield. Yeah, there's only 1 shield. You're not gonna find anything else in here. I'm gonna loot everything. Yeah, there's nothing here. Dude, that whole team, when I came out, they were right there. I trapped them front and back line with a thermite, and then I grenaded them. Then they pushed in. See that thing? It just doesn't shoot right. I hate this thing. This guy's almost dead. Where? I'm almost dead. He's right there, Tigo. Right here. 60 in the head. Where is he? I can't see in the gas. Nice. Good job, boys. Oh, it's done. Oh! Good. I'm going under this house real quick. We pushing up? Flying. I'm going under this house real quick. I need to get this site. I'm getting up top. I'm up here, I'm up here. See him? Oh, I did not want to fall. Here, let me go up first, let me go up first. Popped, he's popped. Pop, pop, like, oh, like both really pop bad. One more. He's right here. Let's go. brother. I'm telling you, do that digi threat. There's something wrong with it. On the wingman. Need to fix the hit reticle. See a bolt?
10 seconds to the ring. It's close at least.
I'll put us up. I can put us up here. I'll wait right here for. I'm gonna.
Extended heavy mag here.
Actually, I'll put us up here, right here.
Hit here.
We can kind of go in adjacent here. Yeah. Gotta go that way. I just want to kind of go in adjacent. Not Jason, but. Woo! That was fun.
Incoming care package.
Yeah, I got my boy Tigo back. Got the squad now. Those W's. Thanks, man. Thanks for coming by, Wing. Jack. Appreciate you, buddy. Nice seeing you in here. Gonna come again? Hit that follow, buddy. Love for you to be a part of the team. Are they up there? Oh, yep. I think so, yeah. I cannot hit him either. There's two teams though. Oh, he's popped. 140. Pop. Bad. 140 on him too. I'm coming to you, Tigo. Whoa. Yep, just pull back. Yeah, just run. Can you get over the ledge? Shoot. Alright. It's that good. That's why. Really is that good though. Got him. They're to the left. Watch the corner. He fell. His friend's down there. They're probably gonna res him. I want to get him, but literally all on his thing. I am. Here, pull back. Never mind. So. I'm healing. There's only one left on that team. One left. Don't run in by yourself. That whole team's gonna die. Yeah. I'm healing. No! No! Dang it! I didn't have my PK reloaded. I choked. I have my PK reloaded, dude. Sorry, guys. Yeah, and you were brave. You were definitely brave. That boy having too much fun. Oh, nice. Dude, that wingman, man, I love it. Just so good. I popped those guys up top. 89, 89. He was like, oh, just pull back. I mean, when your whole shield's gone in one shot, you start thinking, oh, I gotta heal.
Watch your side and never quit.
Do you play on the mouse and keyboard?
We have a job to do.
Alright, I don't either, so I play with the controller. I go back. Yeah, I go back and forth. You hear your dad talking? Did you switch over here from console? Realize how much better it was?
Dropping in. Hang on.
Everybody who plays this game and owns Apex on the Xbox, when they play on the PC, they say that exact same thing. Yeah, oh yeah. PC overall has a higher skill level. Is that the guy that landed on you? Yeah. Alright, I'm coming with y'all. Just healing my shield quick. Oh! What the heck happened? Dude, that was crazy. That boy went flying. I've never seen that. Dude, he went flying. Like, so he got knocked dead. Snapchat? But when he got knocked, his body blew all the way like halfway to the ceiling and fell down. I don't know what that was. Like, I've never seen that before. That was funny though. That was so funny, dude. That actually surprised me so much. I didn't know what to do. Like, I'm like, what? I thought he was still alive, but he's flying in the air. Somebody clip that, dude. Tigo was laughing. I was like, what? I never. So, did you even see it? Dude, that was crazy. He had purple too. I want to just clip that. Coming. I think that's far. That's far. That's like. Oh, it is? Right here. Right here. No, no. No, no, he's right here. He's down here. To your right, to your right. He's pretty good. He's pretty good. Nice. They're pushing in from the bottom. You got him? He's still there? Only have one. Yeah, they're just sitting up there. They're snipers. I just plow them. Right here. Pushing me. Jump down on. They're all up here. That guy's like one. Almost dead. Popped him. Try to res his friend. No, dude. This is the last guy. If you knock the Wraith. Right here. Right here. Nice, you got him. You get the octane? Y'all get him? Oh, dude. I think you are right though, dude. I should have always stayed with my controller. I don't know, although I'm just done with it with this game. New game move. Need to stick to my word. There's somebody, right? You need light ammo? Alright, taking this in.
Heavy ammo here.
Flying it. It's over here, right? Y'all hear that? Yeah, I can get a gold barrel.
I shot down a cargo
Vault key. I don't care about it though. I'm gonna go off the map just to get the vault.
Patching myself up.
Dude. Bad. Hear somebody though. Gotta be over here, dude.
Let's go this way.
You're gonna see people getting knocked soon. Gotta be over here unless it was that package. I think it was that package actually. Going for this package though. Awesome. I hope this new character is cool. Is there any idea of her abilities? If she's like a model. No way that little girl grew up to look. She was. I thought that girl was Asian too. Isn't Loba white? Yeah, I don't know. She doesn't look Middle Eastern. Loba. Right, that's what I'm saying. She looks like a white. Looks like a Street Fighter character. To me. You know the one Street Fighter character? Brown hair, the girl. You know what I'm talking about? What? Soon. It was delayed a week. That's all I know.
Survey beacon here.
Detecting. Loading. Alright, let's go. I don't think you can get up there anymore. Have you tried? You can get right here. Yeah, you can get right here. Oh, you still can. Nice. Yeah, look. Yeah, you never done this before? You've done this. I hit him with my thermite. They're burning bad. He's down here, right? Killed him instantly. Where's he going? Right here. One of them has a self-res. Right here, let me... Wouldn't let me finish him. Ooh. Where? He was scared. He's hiding.
Dead serious? Oh, you're playing. Oh, what?
Only 30 seconds left on the clock. The ring's close.
Huh? Alright. Another one right here. They should put red shields in care packages too. Right? I mean, I think it's worth it. Wait, one sec. I almost got this. Oh, right here. On the top of the little thing. On the, yeah, gold bag. Hey man, I didn't look. Oh, I get it! I didn't look at your thing, man. I'm sorry. Oh, he's flesh. Yeah, I didn't look at it, dude. Sorry. Sorry, man. It's almost dead. Dead. Go, boys. Let me look, dude. Sorry, man. I've been having a full lobby and just gaming.
You are the Apex champions.
Yes, I do see you, homie. Alright, alright. I got you added, right, Snapchat? Yeah, sorry, man. I didn't see you. Alright, man. Have a good one, Snapchat. I got you, brother. Yeah, we're always in here hanging out, so let's play some more games. Get your meatloaf. Your meatloaf. Is my cam? Carlo's on. Yeah, he's playing COD. Young Stunner. Your cam is froze. I know, I just noticed that. Need to refresh my camera. Refresh it. Yeah, see? You got tons of people who want to play. Alright, big dog. Have some meatloaf. Carlo Tigo said he's going to join up. He won't be next to his keyboard right now, though. He's got to heat up his old meatloaf. Alright, guys. We got Johnny. Got to join. Are you getting in the Discord? What's up, big dog?
We will defeat all of our enemies.
Introducing your champion. This is awesome. I'm the jump master.
Yeah, you should have done capital EX. What's up, Surresard? You should have done cap. Yeah, you should have done capital. Yeah, you should have done cap. I'm gonna come back to you. Try to search this final bin. What's up? What's up? Yeah, I think my cam just froze. I fixed it though. There's somebody here. There's a blue shield in the bottom. Yeah, just been joining a bunch of people. Whoever wants to play. Yeah, we've been getting. I think we just won like 5 games. It was fun. Just met that guy, Snapchat Dad, and just won our first game. And just kept playing. Actually, we lost our first game, but I just thought, oh, okay, let's play together. Got way too much ammo. Is that you? How you doing today, man? You doing good? Oh, he's right here. Healing. I'm watching. Going up. They're pushing still. They're healing down there.
We're not close.
Both squads down. We made the right choices. Need to recharge my shield.
Far ring.
45 left.
You're good. Let's play.
All the hours I put.
Yeah. Don't overthink it.
Catching myself up.
I think there's like one thing you can't produce in anything, and it's like the mindset of just knowing you're good and being good at it. Like sometimes, of course, you're tired, stuff like that, but when you're good at something, you just gotta focus on doing what you know you gotta do.
I can see that the ring's moving on the map.
You know?
It's zipline time.
I like the EX. Yeah, that's how we did it before. Capital EX. Or right there and right here. Yeah, capital EX. Yeah, let's do left. That's a bit, we can see those guys. Plus I can throw these nades on them. Oh, I hit him bad. He's almost dead. Like 2 health. Almost dead. Oh, wow, wow, wow. I just got hit by like a sentinel. I want to push this guy with you though. He ran. Here. Come and turn around. Oh, they're just standing there, dude. Sniping. Standing still. Someone's behind you. Behind you. With a sentinel. I'm pushing this guy. Right here. Yeah, keep distracting him. He's almost dead. He's almost dead. Almost dead. Nice. This guy, I don't know if he healed, but he's right here. He's low. I think he healed. He's coming. Dang it. The guy wasn't bad either. Let's see. Dang it. Could have dropped him. Man. It's okay. Sup? What's up? How you doing? Oh, man. Do we got a third to play ranked with? Is Fusion? Is he like good tonight?
Good luck. Have fun. Don't die.
Ready to roll whenever you are.
Sure.
Introducing your champion.
I do that all the time.
This is awesome. I'm the jump master.
Thank you, Lord.
Let's land here.
Maybe it was all hot in my room.
Here we go. It's a long drop. Fun. Let's explore this way.
Yep. Is there another weapon? What's this? Oh, nice. Alright, I'm good. I have a score right here. I can hit the zipper right here. He's right here. Knock. Nice. Dead. Another team far side. He's down here. He's down here. There we go. I need some ammo. A guy? Oh no!
That's the last of that squad.
Probably did enough for him. I got no ammo, dude.
The champion made a poor choice.
House.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3.
Oh, the train's unlooted. Dang it.
Rings pretty close.
Guys, go for him.
Ready to fly on a zip line.
Did they?
Rings not too far. 45 left. Patching myself up.
See a wingman, let me know. Train yard? Yeah. Yeah, it went left. I don't think we can catch it. I honestly just need to find some heavy ammo. I got 5 shots.
Keep eyes on the new kill leader.
Yeah, I can hear you. Oh. Yeah. Oh yeah, you got it.
Incoming camp. Let's go this way.
Patching myself up.
In the background? Oh, that's. Yeah, it is.
Contact.
I'm sure he's still.
They're good shots.
I'm gonna try to go.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! I didn't want to do that. I want to do this. Back to him.
Getting shot at.
Got him.
I killed an enemy.
Down an enemy.
He has heavy ammo. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Good team. Popped. Just run. You're good. Just run. Just keep running. Keep running. I don't got any ammo, dude. So as far as like battle goes, the bait him in. 33. It's only blue. Healing. 26. I got ripped. 33, dude. Are you serious? Hurricane. Oh, I shot that. what is that? Shot the Pathfinder in the chest for 33. All my bullets went directly in his chest. Pause the music for
I didn't like that at all. I'm going for it.
Let's have fun, friend.
I've got everything you need.
Have you tried Valorant?
Oh, dude, I'm 100 sure.
This is your champion.
Wanna win? Do what I do.
Yeah, dude, I actually like playing.
I'm the jump master. I won't let you down, except by falling.
Same strat.
Close down. Like to go after them.
Hold your breath. If you have a respiratory
This usually
system-
works really well. Oh, dude, he's almost dead. One shot right here. Right here. Probably gonna thirst me. Oh, he's running. Nice.
Second, we got this.
I think his friend's by us.
First blood.
Oh, he is. Nice.
Taking shots. Last member's down. One squad closer. This one's hurt. Hold on. Next.
Thank you.
Why I was aiming?
I am recovering myself.
Alright. They had the same strategy. Slowed us down. Hey, Chinson Bar. Oh, right here. I'm not going up this thing, they're just trying to laser us. They're running, actually. How can you shoot me right there? The Bangalore's almost dead. Nice.
View of the enemy.
I think there's two teams up there. Yep. They did the same thing to me. $132. Okay. Alright. Let's switch it up. I'm gonna make you jump master. I like mainly hip hop. Yo. It's because I don't think capitals are different. You'd have to like change it and then change it again.
Good luck. Have fun. Don't die.
I'm not afraid. I'll never be.
Introducing your champion.
Wow, they chose me. The odds are full of all kinds of math. I'm the jump master. I won't let you down. Except by falling. That's me.
Heads up for a pocket. Let's land here.
Hold your breath.
Hey.
If you have to breathe.
There's like 7 teams here. One right here. Oop, 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 oop. Just gotta win the battles quick. Can't go wrong with double shotguns. Can do better, that's for sure. Ah, yes. Automatic weapon I got. Do you see a white shield in there? Ah, never mind. Got one. Nice. Push over there.
Let's go this way.
Right there. Right here. 103. Knocked him. Alright. Right here. He's on top of the building next to us. And then he's shooting at the Pathfinder in the open. What? 20? Are you kidding? I got him.
I'm lagging bad.
One sec. There's another guy in here. There's another guy. Just gonna try to get you and run.
Bro, everyone's here. Top of the roof now. Wow.
Oh my gosh. His connection, dude. He eradicated me. Tic Tacs X Predator.
Man, I was lagging
Force.
bad too.
Dude, that was like instantaneous.
I can't believe we survived that.
That was so quick,
So
man.
that's what happens. We really do gotta stick like close. Gives us a better shot, especially with only 2 people.
What'd you say? Dude, that Octane, I couldn't hit him. And then I hit him like 20, 12.
There's a win out there waiting for us.
Oh, people.
Ready to go.
Ethan, all the time.
starting to get like the highest level players ever. What'd you say? Every game is just pure predators. Go play ranked.
Here we go. Ready up.
Yeah.
Let's explore this way.
Yeah. Yeah, that's usually better. Kind of start out pushing third party as opposed to landing, getting destroyed right away. Go here.
Let's go this way.
Drop it on you.
Okay, setup.
Good. We're inside.
You got a light weapon?
Extended light mag here. Level 3.
Alright, I'm good. You don't even got a shield? Let's try over here real quick.
Let's explore this way.
Or down there, actually, yeah. There's the boxes right here. If I can get you a shield.
Let's explore this way.
I just.
Watch out for the new kill leader, friend.
I didn't guess.
I didn't either. All 3 boxes. I'll check over here for you. Up
I
here.
had a rocket launcher.
Oh, perfect. Beautiful. Oh. Okay, nice, nice, nice. Here we go.
Body shield here. Level 1.
Cool. Alright. Go up top
Might
first.
be something good this way. Using grapple. I shot down a cargo bot.
See anybody? They're far end. Far end.
Using grapple.
I would like to see what was in that though. If it was gold.
Champion out.
Every Twitch player is in this city.
One minute.
Down here. They're down here. Oh, right here. Purple. Running. I'm not chasing like that. They're already healing. Other guy's pushing here. Whoa. I'm good, I'm good. I'm coming back though because this team's on top of us with purple. Did he just stay in there? Is he in there? White popped. I think if we push though, we're gonna get third parties right away. This team on top of us is already trying to. Yep, right here. Yep, just like I thought. Just like I thought. Oh my gosh.
We got this.
I'm gonna go just right in this hole and.
Your help is very helpful. Repairing.
They're healing. Good. Where is he at the door? Man, let's just get on top. Let's get on top. I feel like there's a team out here. Alright, dude, let's just get out of here. Totally.
Something good this way.
He just might as well play ranked. Right there, right there. Nice, push though. Push.
Behind me.
Push, I'm gonna need you, I'm gonna need you. He's right here. Done. Is he in the bottom? You good? Behind you. Got you. Good job, brother. Oh, someone's landing on us. Up here. I hit him, 55. Yep. Oh, right here behind us. Oh. There's another guy out here, though. 2 other guys. Oh my god. How much more can we do? Jeez, dude, the Pathfinder though that lasered you, no sound. Yeah, I saw him. He was like literally 10 feet from you. I'm like, hey, and he was running full scope. That keeps happening. There's nothing you can do in that situation. I mean, I hit every shot, dropped him. You can't hear somebody. If you could have heard him, we could have pushed out instantly.
Get a team behind us?
Yeah. We just need to find a third. I'd like to play with Jumper because he's Gibraltar and he mains Gibraltar, which is like majorly beneficial for us. That's like, if we have a third player on our team, that's really who we need, is a Gibraltar.
Introducing your champion. Try not to blink. You may miss me.
I'm the jump master. I won't let you down, except by falling.
Let's just see how the lobby goes. Alright, only 12 drop? Okay, this is a pretty docile.
Here we go. It's a long let's go this way.
Yeah, he's right here, but whatever. I know. Dude, I got no shields. I'm getting chased already. Oh, you guys to be kidding. It's a wrap. Alright, let's just focus on rank, dude, if it's gonna be like this in pubs. I'd rather be getting points to play sweaty. Because to survive here, we're gonna have to land way out and like trying to play strategic. I'd rather just be playing ranked. You said Helljumper wants to play?
You got the heartbeat sensor. I'll follow you.
I just invited him. I'll message him. Just wait a second. I'm gonna get a drink.
Oh, dang, dude, I don't get time to even move. Smoke piece. That's crazy. That's so easy.
I messaged him.
Like, it's like you get electrocuted if you stay still.
Surrounded, they all want me to fall, but I won't trip it off. Please do saying we don't bleed the same. Maybe you don't understand the game. No, I'm okay. I'm okay. Being me, yeah. Being me, yeah.
What's up? Mess? Did he message you back? I said ranked with Johnny. Let's look in his Discord. Oh, he's got a full party. What do you want to do? I've played rank with 2 people and done good. You have a bright idea. I like the Mastiff. That's sick. Still. Right. I just like the black and red. That's my favorite colors. Yeah, it's just a reskin of the PAS controller. Right. Yeah, I think that looks a lot better. What's up, man? What's up?
Death stalks the ignorant. Intelligence will guide us to survival.
With the right moves, they take this one.
Yeah, teamwork is definitely going to be important.
We are gonna win one by the end of
It's definitely going to be important.
They're smoking.
Alright.
I don't think they're expecting that many people. Like, oh, it's gotta be him. Go right in there and get smoked. Yeah.
Yo, land a little later.
I didn't see nobody.
Oh,
I'm
he's
sure
not
it
here.
was if I just didn't see
You're
it.
jump master. Oh, dang it.
If not, that's kind of stupid.
He made you jump master. So it's just two teams. Yeah, we need to land together. I'm gonna land right here. There's 2 people landing up by y'all. He's getting pushed. Yep. Yep. Where is he? Oh no, he's right here. How could I not see him? He's almost dead. Beating him up. Yep. Man, dude. Can't see him, dude. He's solo, I think.
Guy coming. Okay, I see.
Unless he's resin his friend. Not sure.
We're actually going towards our superstar. Looking good here, man.
I got, so another guy just, or that,
So far, so good, man.
I think I got a kill too. I think he ran. Yeah, I would get out of there. Could try to call us back there. Might be camping it. I think they're fighting out there actually.
Hacking you?
Yeah, he did. He did. Get him. Rush in. Who knows though? He's right there. It's him. Nice. Oh, there's two of them. Dang it. Yeah. Should have probably ran. I should have not told you to do that. Right, but they definitely probably had 2 people and now 3 with the res, so I should have had the Wraith. Would have been totally different. Dang it. So are you really serious about this whole team thing?
Let me tell you a story about a man drifting in life, no plan. Searching for an
Yeah.
like Sam, hoping for a brand new chance. Every open door got slammed. Every wall I built got ran. I don't know who I am.
All right.
Sinked in my sin like sand. I think I'm drifting away. I'm on my way to the grave. They say I'm riding away. I'm trying to fasten my ways. Somebody help me take back the dreams that they sell me. Counting on you.
Why don't you just head toward me?
Feeding on lies that they tell me.
Back on the
Think my soul gets healthy. Hold myself up and I fall.
Big Red. He's taking your guy, so be ready. So pick your character.
I'm ready. Let's get the job
Try
done.
lifeline.
Let's get downtown and get it.
This is your champion.
Yeah.
Watch the music.
Good, I'm the jump master.
12 teams. 21 teams.
Just picking up the
Where?
Get ready. Moving up.
I was just going containment. I figure that's far. It will be good. It's far. Oh, there was already a team on the dropship.
Check it out over there.
This is a Predator squad.
Target spotted.
Alright. There's a team here. Let's just focus here. Got that, you got that. Alright. Let's push up into this building up here right away. Mob this guy up here.
Dipping so fast, I don't know where you went. I can ascend up this way.
He's already pushed out
Dead.
to the bottom house. He's in the bottom house. Right here.
Just giving my shields a recharge.
Yep.
Enemy taken out.
Got him. He's right here. Got him.
Boom, boom.
I was like, why can't I bite?
Surprised he challenged me like that. Old. Someone's shooting somebody.
Just a sec.
Shooting something on the backside. By the wall where the respawn is.
I have no idea. I just left to try to get you or something. What's going on?
That's what we gotta get good at though, is that right there. Pushing. Right away, once we get the loot. That's one of the main differences I notice in like really good players and people who don't ever make it at a diamond. As soon as they have loot, they strategically just push. It's all together, they mob one person at a time. Because the other teams, most of the time, people are just still trying to loot. Like that guy, he was even waiting on me, but I don't think he knew I saw him. This mad
Going right to the
shots too.
hospital, too.
Yeah, let's do that. We're in a kind of a bad place though, honestly, right now. We're in the edge of the
They're
ring.
up there.
They're gonna be all
Team's on
rotating.
top of the hospital. Cut down their helicopter. I'm gonna go to this building over here.
R99, no. I'm gonna stick with my Havoc actually. Oh no. Let's do this. I'm R99 wingman. What do you got?
New kill leader appointed.
New kill leader. Go on, watch out.
I need heals.
Health drone if you need it. Not there's something good this way.
Adding an extra pair of eyes. I'm back. Logged off my drone. I'm recalling my drone.
Serious?
Let's relocate here.
Okay.
The champion made a poor choice.
If you see an ultimate accelerant, let me know.
Warning. Movement in progress. Good. We're inside.
Yeah, your
I have
ultimate
to.
is good
That
too.
guy's gonna end up getting up. That. Oh man.
Alright.
Care package being delivered.
Looks like a care package is coming in.
You go in the cave? Can you open that door?
I want to drop back down there too.
Careful, take here. You see somebody?
Find the custom.
Backing out of my drone. I'm good to go.
If we do it right, we can use that ult really well. I think they kind of weakened it though. I think it takes away the whole shield now. Oh, right in the middle pass is a Kraber devotion, something probably.
Come and get your birthday present.
Get a purple.
Got one of them. Far.
Oh, they're flying. All the way to airbase. Matter. To the right, there is a, you can have the blue Evo.
Evo shield here. Level 2.
There is a Kraber, or a devotion probably, over here. Check it out. Bottom right, oh, area up there. Oh, purple.
Body shield here. Level 3.
And a shield set. Someone's back here.
Enemy spotted.
It's a really bad spot though. We get in a battle. No one wants that purple?
Enemy spotted over there.
Yo, BMT, you don't want the purple?
Care package over here.
Prepare yourself. We have an enemy.
Alright, you want to push him? Okay.
Yeah, got one of them here. Putting an eye in the sky.
Nice.
Stolen thermite
Did they kill it? Oh, they're getting pushed by another team. Two teams up there. Thanks. Yeah, there's two teams up there, dude.
I'm back. Logged off my drone.
We're in here. Oh. Good.
Throwing thermite grenade.
He's up here, dude.
My drone has been destroyed.
Still. He's a solo, though. Run, run, run. I got you. Where is she? No! Dude, BMP, what are you doing, bro? What is he? Just watch me die. Look at his health. Do anything. I'm not frustrated at the game. The game's consistent. And with high-ranked players, it just makes no sense. You gotta push with your team, man. You're hiding back there while we're fighting. Dude, you're hiding behind the rock, brother. While I was fighting 3 people. Huh? No.
Maybe this is the one then. Did you go and say something to Caleb and come back?
Boy talking. Talking smack. You know.
Tigo did a hit and run real quick, or a say and run.
Man. I'm sorry, man. Don't get frustrated like that. That's ridiculous, though.
Until you came saved him, man.
Us, someone at this level of play can just sit behind a rock while I'm fighting 3 people. I wrecked the that Wraith. P2, if you would have pushed up, I could have rezzed you. You know?
Oh, almost made was me.
Yeah, right. I'm about to end the stream. 12:20.
You know, I don't take myself too seriously. I don't take myself.
Just want to focus on playing this.
Grappled, locked and loaded.
I wish we had a third.
Fight.
Introducing your champion.
There's a thin line between life and death.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, right? Here you go.
Oh, dude, I was about to use the RPG on you, dude.
Wow.
I just look over and see you right there. Because I was about to blast.
Might be something good this way.
I was gonna sacrifice my life, basically. Because you were so close.
Pirouette! I call it a pirouette. It's not a pirouette.
Literally every team is a predator. Yeah.
Oh.
How we go from a platinum lobby
Actually, that is very
to the next game,
Attention.
every team being a predator.
Yeah, now we're talking. Let's
But
do this.
here we go, right? Time to camp.
Collars.
To play passive,
Sending out my decoy.
I definitely have to play passive this game. I mean, we don't have to, but if we want to live, it really doesn't matter how good you are. You have 20 predators.
Oh, what's the close?
I have no weapons, man. What about you? Are you good on weapons?
Sniper optics.
Heavy ammo here.
Bad. I got a sentinel.
One's dropping.
The ship's up here.
Supply ship over there.
I'm not. I don't see anybody get off of it.
That was kind of
Eyes on the new kill leader.
Probably gonna die, but
one got dropped, so this team's gonna be like.
check. Oh no, I think it's unlooted.
Shotgun amp. Forget that.
Blue. Oh, I don't see anybody.
Evo shield here. Level 1.
Man.
Okay, I got my. Oh, this is a semi-safe place. Not very safe, but
I don't want to sit at this spot.
what do you want to do? You want to go in Skull Town?
We have time.
Let's go this way.
Or behind you.
Using grapple.
Ring's not
Yeah.
too far. 45 left.
Oh, we're being.
28.
We got.
For here.
Sending out my decoy.
Get ready, because every box has a peacekeepers.
R99 here.
Know when you push in here.
Box on the ring. We got 30 seconds left. I'll take that.
Killed one.
We killed the last member. Good
Easiest
work,
kill
team.
I'll ever get in this game. There's guys in here, full team,
The ring's close.
right here.
Reloading.
Flash! Oh my gosh, right here.
Ring's coming in.
Contact with target.
That's a new team running. Not the same team.
Punching a tunnel.
Okay. Yep. There's like 4 teams. Yeah, there's literally 4 teams. We just pull back. got no shields, dude. Got shields? Thanks. Oh, that's... Yeah, I just need pills. Alright. I got none. He dropped me a thing. Took it away.
Spotted one.
Yeah, I do. I want to get up on this rock, honestly.
Giving my shields a recharge.
I got 28 shots. Oh, they're running?
Hostile over there.
All three of them?
Frag out. Frag out.
I hit him 71.
Using the decoy escape. Airstrike coming in. Target spotted. My damage. Contact the target. Gotta pass myself up. Giving my shields a recharge. Need to recharge.
Here. Come here, Johnny. Get up here, dude. Let's just pull back. We're gonna get third party. Yep. I know, they're already getting pushed. Here, the battle. Got your... Oh, man. Really need to just get in the ring.
Target spotted.
Right here.
Target spotted.
Going up. Right. Right here.
Hostile spotted.
Hostile over there.
Nice.
Keep eyes on the new kill leader.
They gone?
Target over there.
Grappling.
I don't see them. They're running. They're going through market. Going this way.
Go bamboozle. Portal's ready.
Oh! Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I am repairing.
On top of that building.
Frag out.
Hostile close. Reload.
I have no shields.
Reloading.
Okay, he's up here. I popped his shield. Yeah, I got no shields up.
Give him my shield.
Got knocked. Yep. That's what I was saying, man.
Gotta pass myself up.
He needs to run. Guys, way too He's way too confident. Way too confident to rap. Yeah, way too confident. Should have just ran. That's how it's gonna be though. We have to play like way more passive. So if the lobby has predators like that, that was literally every team, then we have to play like much more passive. I couldn't. I had only 20 health and no heals. Early in the game like that too, though, all the teams were on Ring's Edge, right in front of Skulltown, in the cave, right by Market. They're all going to be flowing in through that tunnel to come to the ring. And early game, we get in a fight if we can win it within 20 seconds max. Because the longer you're in a fight early game, the less likely you are to survive. Now, if the lobby's platinums, diamonds, we can play a bit less passive. You know, that's just at least my mindset. But if we have a ton of predators, dude, it's just, I've watched the pros, and it doesn't matter how good you are. If you get in a battle and you cannot win it quickly, you just disengage. Because as soon as we push on them, if we can't kill them, and we keep shooting and shooting and shooting, and everybody's coming in from the outside of the ring, that's just going to be a magnet.
I'm ready. Let's get the job done.
And that's the thing too, is we have to get used to playing like that, because to get to master, we're going to have to... Yeah. It's got to be less lobby with that. I mean, that battle the last time was encouraging, because they didn't outgun us, you know. Those are all masters, and, you know, if one-on-one they can't outgun us, that just tells me, like, we can compete with them aim-wise, but we just have to get smarter tactically. That's what I think my problem has always been in getting into Master. Made it to Diamond like 3-4 times. I want to get to Master. That's what I think I have to get better at. Just being more tactical, choosing battles more wisely. How's your loot? Oops. Definitely don't want that thing. Crash weapon. The Spitfire. Yeah, that thing is so bad. It used to be way better, but they reduced the drum, and then it's just so slow. It's like holding a trash can and beating it with a drumstick. Do 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 do. Shoots too slow.
Heavy ammo here.
This guy's good on our team. Yeah, I can tell. He has like really good moves. This might have a purple in it.
Hostile over there.
Where?
Never mind.
Oh no, I'm not Pathfinder. Almost threw my healer.
Flatline here.
I do want that. Did you get that flatline? Oh, it wasn't a... I'm doing good, man. Really good, actually. Just get frustrated with people sometimes. Playing with people at this high level, it just... some stuff is just... makes no sense. It really is unacceptable, because if you have 5,000 games in a game and you still can't understand the core fundamentals, training, real training.
Level 3. Light ammo here.
Oh! I'm good. I'm gonna heal. He needs it. Can you? Alright, go. Just run, just run. Go. Oh! You guys are really good. Just run, just run. They didn't take your portal. They're just pushing on the
Rings nearby.
ground.
Only you and me left.
I don't know what he was doing. Trying to challenge him or what.
Charging my shield.
See him? It came out of nowhere.
Rings around the corner. Turn left.
He's almost dead. Knocked him. I knocked him. Right here on me. The lifeline. Dang it. Nice nade, brother. It's coming up to you. Got it, you got it, nice. Nice. Get up there, he'll heal quick. Nice. Good job, he's healing. Nice. Taste it. What? There's no way that guy's a gold 3. I bet, no way. This is a booster by no way. His movement, everything about him is just way too good. Oh, you did good, man. There's no way that's a gold 3 though. Are you kidding me? High IQ gameplay. I hope so. I lasered that Wraith. That Havoc, bro? That's the weapon. I think it's beast. Keep using that. Dude, we gotta find a third, man. Our third is just like every time throwing us off. Let me see who's on. Because we can't do anything without like a consistent third. Like, it's literally almost impossible to do anything with this. I don't know. He's got a party. Yes, this guy. Wizardry. There's no way that's a gold 3 though. Are you kidding me? Every time I gameplay, I hope so. I laser. That Havoc, bro? If I can get this guy in here. I didn't hear that Wraith though, did you?
Wasn't gonna make it there. Oh, right here, Tigo.
Did you hear that Wraith?
Actually, 2 of them.
She was on top of the building, bro. That's what I'm saying, man. There's something wrong.
Somebody was shooting at me.
I was
Someone's
listening
on the
for
bottom,
him.
too.
I turned off my music too so I can hear.
So you know, there's bottom too. The left. The left, there's people.
I didn't hear that Wraith though, did you? I don't know. Let's keep going in. What we really need to do is I think we really need to just start playing duos as much as we can and like really start getting good together. That's what I did with the first guy when I got into Diamond like the first time, long time ago. Me and him just played duos, even though it wasn't a playlist, it was out at that time for a long time. We played it and 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 played it.
What you see is not what you
It made us a lot better together.
You ain't gotta shoot. Don't shoot. Let them fight it out.
It's time to impress.
Introducing your champion. Try not to blink.
I don't.
You may miss me.
I'm the jump master. Follow me.
Get ready.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm coming for you, friend.
Yeah, I don't think you could have had like
Moving up.
better movement or aim. I think it was just honestly shot recognition. Like if it would have counted your shots for higher damage, you would have been fine.
Oh, Diego, go.
I thought you did really good. Like your armor swap, everything. And that guy was good. Like
That was good though.
he was definitely not a gold 3. No way. The way he was moving and just playing that smart. He was also playing smart. He wasn't pushing you because he knew you had the PK, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're pretty much.
A real gold player would have not been thinking about all those things, like positioning, jumping. He was on top healing.
First blood. Good thing it's not us.
Attention. There is
And she dropped me instantly
New kill leader.
at Lifeline.
round
I
one.
was weak, but
Ring countdown.
Next ring spot.
Let's go this way.
thing I gotta keep remembering is I gotta start looking when we're dropping where people are landing. Whoever the drop master is, or whoever isn't the drop master needs to look around. Yo, who's in here? What's up? Who is that? Is that? That's Fusion,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
How you doing tonight, man? You all there? We're just playing, big dog.
Right idea.
Yeah, we're playing versus like. Oh, you're on your phone? I got. I don't know what we do here. Say let's push in actually.
No, I don't.
Come join us, dude. We need a third player.
What's battle?
How old are you, Fusion? Oh, you're a young buck.
I need a hop up. Enemy receiver.
Johnny's.
Yeah, backpack here. Level 1.
There you go. Johnny's a young buck too.
60 seconds left. The ring's very close. Getting my eyes in the sky. That place has already been searched.
Ring's not too far. 45 left.
Up here.
Let's explore this way.
All right, we'll do a test game just to see how you can focus.
Let's move here. Signaling my drone back. Fire. Backing out of my drone.
Fighting, dude. He's getting ripped.
10 seconds to get back on the
Throwing arc storm.
Oh, I hit him. Bad, bad. Hit him bad. All on the hill. Yep.
Yeah. The ring. I'm fine. Just fixing up.
Trying to see this guy, dude. I can't find him. This guy's almost dead. This guy's almost dead. It's coming up to you on the hill. There he goes. Let him come down. Are you kidding? What'd you say? Yeah, you gotta put it in the thing. You have to make it manually. Kidding, man? Yeah, we gotta get a third, dude. I can't play this without a third. And, I mean, I can't do anything else besides I broke both of their shields. And where was our guy? I saw you above me on the hill, and I was lasering the Wraith, and then someone... Where was our guy, though? Was he still at the thing? Because I didn't see him by you. Here. Just play duos, man. Gonna be better practice for us anyways. Besides running around and getting... Not really getting destroyed, but not in a place where we can actually play. 3 solid players can destroy 2 good players. Or even ones, it just... I don't know. It's just starting to annoy me.
There's a win out there waiting for us.
Come on, you got work to do.
This is your champion. No such thing as auto aim, ladies.
I'm the jump master. Enough lambing around, we dropping.
It's a purple.
Heavy ammo here.
It's a purple, Johnny. No, there's one back there. It's in the building right next to that armor ammo. Right? Yeah. There's a guy right here. I think he's waiting on you. Nope. He ran. Right here. Other guy's ripped. Got you. He's up top. Just hide, hide, hide. Is he coming down to you? Come to me, come to me. Just come to me. Right there.
Healing up. Eyes are open though.
You're good. They want to camp up top? Let's go up there. He's to the right, bottom.
Let's go this way.
I don't know.
Contact with
Yeah.
target.
Yeah, we're friends.
Where'd he go? Hiding? I heard him, I heard him. Back here. Oh, calling in, calling in. Oh, that's all the way over there. And I'm getting up here. Oh yeah, they're rushing it.
Hostile over there.
Octane.
Brings their back.
Let's just do it. Yep, let's laser him. Oh no, no. Knocked.
Enemy down.
Kill them both.
Very good. We finished.
Down there, I think.
Smart moves. Champions out.
Oh, he's almost dead. Nice, nice. This guy. Nice.
That's the last of it. We got this.
Good job, good job. I need heals. I have no heals.
Come on. Sail.
Cool.
Recharge my shields.
Yo, what's cracking? Don't tell me this guy had a purple. Sitting there healing it all the way up, or what? That Havoc, they're gonna nerf. Perfect, perfect.
You hear that? There's a care package coming down.
Sorry. After this, I'll show you how to do it. Yeah. People to our left.
This way.
I don't know how far. I can hear them
Oh, that's me shoot.
fighting by the Octane. Two care packages in our way. How far are those though? Oh, one's on the left. You hear all that fighting over there? Yeah, let's like go through and cut up left.
Explore this way.
So our goal now, man, we gotta find a third. Maybe Eraz be home soon. My original guy I play with. The one who was almost master. He's not at his home. The care package is right up here. It's right here. Oh, someone got it.
Care package over here.
They got a purple shield, probably. Do I got a girlfriend? No. I'm married. I got a wife. I had to think about that for a sec. Like, I call her my girlfriend? We're a little bit past honey boo boo stick. Right here, right here. See him? Ooh, they don't see us though. Oh yeah, they definitely don't see us. They definitely don't see us.
Oxstar out.
Oh, he's down here. Nope, one's down here. Lagging horribly. I don't know where the other one is. He landed somewhere.
My shields.
Oh, he's right here. Is that you who threw that? Oh! Set it, set it. Oh, he's right here. Running. What the heck? Oh, what just happened, dude? Oh, good job, man. That was funny. Dude, I think he thought you were me because I came through and he was in front of me. And so I think that he thought like, oh, there he is. He didn't realize that I came through behind him. That was funny. I do too, dude. Only got 80 shots.
Patching myself up a bit.
Round 2.
Shield battery here. Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
Grab this.
Just
I need batteries.
Contact with hostiles.
There?
Just a sec. 1 second.
Oh, it's him. Shoot me, shoot me. Low. Yeah, he's low.
Thermite grenade out.
Hey, ran. Yep. They're running into a team.
I'm spotted. Taking fire. Thermite grenade out. Just giving my shields a recharge.
Are they really running like that? Are you kidding? Come on, man. Just want to battle. I need ammo. There's some. I hit you. Nowhere even by you. In the top of the building. Adam 9.
Contact.
Not far
Let's
from the
focus on him. Let's chase him. Dude, I've never seen a team run this far. I'm just holding forward. Alright, going in.
Let's go this way. Firing. Reload. Enemy down.
That guy's solo. Coming.
Rings around the corner.
Attention.
10
Give his
left.
attention. Nice job. Oh, here, brother. There's 90 ammo in here. Light. You good? Okay.
Rings moving. Need to recharge my shields.
I think they're in here.
Let's go this way.
Not sure.
Patching myself up. Looks like a care package is coming in.
They probably went around, dude.
Let's
Try to
explore
catch them.
this way.
I don't even see them. Isn't it? But, I mean, look at how far we just chased them.
We always end up screwing ourselves too.
We literally we chased them. Let's see. We were right. Oh. That's them.
Enemy taken out.
Right? Oh my gosh, they try to set us up. Oh, those boys. Set them up. Right. Told you, man. See how far that was. Yeah, we chased them 130 meters. A whole football field.
Fetching my specialty. Help run if you need it.
Yeah, it was.
Funny.
What was he doing, dude? Why was he over there? Where's his homie? I bet you his friend died. Bet you his friend got caught in that team that we killed. Yeah, itself. Yeah. Probably got caught. Caught running, boy. My stream's laughing. That was crazy though. I've never chased anybody that hard.
45 seconds. Ring's close.
It is what it is. We did it. Circle around the outside here. Oh, nice.
We're close to the ring. 30 seconds left.
I just want a bolt, really.
The ring's close.
It's gonna be powerful, so we need to hurry up. The ring. Oh, I hear it. Is that a grenade? What was that? A grenade?
Ring's coming in.
It's a slow side.
Heads up. The package coming in. Only 2 other squads left.
One guy. Yes.
Only 1 squad left.
Yeah. We need to change that. Yeah, we need to change that because that's what the higher players do. They focus fire one at a time. It's in here. Whoa. He's almost dead. He's almost dead. Right here, right here.
Contact with hostile. Patching myself up.
He's healing. 69. He's in the back. Coming out the back. I'm not sure what he's doing. Got him. Boy, let's go. Let's go. He lasered you, man. That kind of actually made me mad. I was like,
You are the
yeah, I was like, dude, you want to light up my homie? My boy Skadoodle too. You're new to Twitch TV? Well, what's up, man? You've been in here for a while. I appreciate you. You got any questions? Go ahead and ask, my brother. Family here. It's a good place, good environment, healthy environment. Positivity, love, kindness. Enough hate in the world, man. Not cliche, it's true. Can't even scroll through my Facebook anymore with just like, it's just all about politics. Every single thing, this and that party and this and what they think, and I'm just like, man, sad. Misery. I'm messaging him right now. I'll probably play with us tomorrow. Said he's farming 4K badges. Yeah. That's crazy.
It's only over when it's over.
I need to focus, dude. I gotta get that good. I'm done with this whole controller mouse. I'm playing with my controller. Tried 4 months with the mouse and it's just pointless. I would be so much better if I would have just focused on my controller.
Is your champion. Good, I'm the jump master.
I don't mind. I'm the jump master, sorry. I didn't realize that.
Get ready.
Just go here.
Let's explore this way.
Sorry, yeah. They're there already. Yeah. I think it's gonna land down here. Or no, can it land down there? I don't know anymore. Trying to think of where it can land. It used to land down there in the old Kings Canyon. I hope in season 5 they make a new map.
Champion out. Attention. First blood. First blood. Good thing it's not us.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't feel like they will either. That's just my
Fair one. We're all inside this ring.
Yeah, I know World's Edge 2, they already had made that map. Like, it was already in construction when they made the game. So, it's not like it was something new. What I was thinking, though, is they could do a hybrid, you know? Mix the maps. Oh, right here? He's good. Like, really good.
Pass me that shoe. Just giving my shields a reach out.
Oh, dude! I can't hear him! Very good, dude. You got him. Nice. I think he's solo, too. No, he's not. This guy's way back here.
Reloading.
You should be able to res me. He can't see me.
New kill leader.
He's coming. He's coming. Right here. Nice. Oh, you should have res me, man. I was on the back side of the hill, though. He couldn't see me. He hit me right in my face with that wingman. That's why I couldn't hear him, though. Again, he came through the water up next to me, and I saw his little Pathfinder head, and then I was dead. Can't believe I cannot hear him. Okay. Things happen. Let's see. Maybe I'll change my skin. What do I got? I got a lot of skins for this on me. I think I have like 6 or 7 legendaries. Do you have a girlfriend, Johnny? So do you live with your parents? Or do you live with your girlfriend?
There's a wing out there.
What?
waiting for us.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I live with my parents until I was like 20. It's a smart thing, dude. Our culture wants to be independent from each other, but that doesn't support like reality. That's why so many people go into so much debt. Just to live alone or to get away from their parents, and it's like, why don't you just live with your parents and like save $100,000 instead of living on a dorm, having fun, taking 4 years of your life and putting $100,000 in debt. The sad thing is, it's like that's standard way of thinking. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's a good good mentality to have. In some families or in other countries, they, even in America, not too long ago, they would live together for 30, 40 years plus. That sounds crazy, but... Are you knocked one?
They spotted me. I'm taking shots.
I got one. Is there another one out there?
That was the last one.
Nice work. Good job. New kill leader.
I don't get that. Why is it like that for me?
R99 here.
You can just instant cap stuff, can't you? And it fix it up. Ah, it's because I had 2 weapons, that's why. Never mind. Yeah, no, it's just I was trying to think about something, but I know now. I'm still astonished how I can't move when I loot. It makes no sense. They're above us. They're up there. They have a zip line too, so not sure.
Body shield.
We got a zip line though. Up here?
They spotted me. I'm taking shots.
Right here. He's low. I hit him. He's popped.
I am taking fire, friends.
I'm in a horrible position here. Almost killed him.
Reloading. I am repairing myself.
You're knocked? I missed him. Choked.
That's a win for me, amigo.
I didn't know we had split people. I didn't realize you didn't see that octane. There you go.
Shooter, move. Body shield here. Level 2.
The lag. I'm sorry, there's lag, man.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, they had high ground and then we got split and just separated our forces there. Yeah, because he was literally 2 health. I annihilated him. I threw the arc star in the back wall so he couldn't run and I popped him. The wingman R99. And then I had to go all the way up to him though. And just got up there and he hit me with the havoc. Almost killed me. And I had to run. It's okay. That's how we learn. Can't be afraid to make mistakes.
I'm the jump master. I won't let you down, except by falling.
I do have the EX alone. It looks pretty sick. I think so. Do this, let's do this. We can't even fly through there, I forgot. Yeah, don't try to fly through there. You'll hit the invisible tail wall. Oh man. Oh dude, there's mad people here. Did not think there would be many people here. I'm up here with you though. Two health, both of them. Dude, they're literally 2 health. Oh, I thought you were down here. You're fighting a whole nother team now. They're right here running. No, they're running or healing in here. They're so weak. Or might come out to try to finish me, I don't know. Down here though. He's so weak. It's coming up. Coming. Coming right here. You know where you're here. He knows you're here. Right here.
That works out.
Grapple locked and loaded.
Prepared and ready.
Yeah, there's the Discord, man. I think.
You know what I look like. Come find me.
You check. Oh, my Discord link still works. It says it's wrong. I gotta update it, that's probably why.
Oh, there's people right in there.
Let's land here. Dropping in, hang on.
Here's the invite. Sorry that one didn't work. There you go. That will work. I gotta update that then. Need to go into my commands. Go up top. Waiting. Middle part, you want to rush it? Be good like that. Oh, he's right here. Popped. You rushing him? Okay. Lagging, or I'm lagging, I don't know. Hey, is that me? Is that bottom? Someone's got a Havoc. Be careful, someone's got a Havoc somewhere. It's lagging so bad though. Is he in there? Can't either. Can't even look. think he's coming right here. Hey, he goes on the opposite side.
I am repairing myself.
No, he's up here. Right here.
Contact with target.
What? It's so bad. Need heals? Come here. Get up here. Yeah, knocked. Top. Let's go up top. Here. Right, he goes. You can just heal, fight. Heck, dude, this is so laggy. Both almost dead. Right here, almost dead, both of them. There's 3 people here. 3 people. That one's almost dead. There's 2 more, 2 more. They're healing Phoenix kit. Phoenix kitting. I'm going inside. Try to rotate if you can. Nice.
New kill leader. Watch for them.
And I got it off. Good job. Oh my gosh. How many more teams do we gotta take down? I opened the door, longbowed that guy in his jaw. Alright, let's see.
Heads up. The ring's moving.
Is there still lagging? A little bit for me. How's your heals looking? I got nothing. I need, honestly, I'm good.
Patching myself up.
Repairing my damages.
Cool.
Let's explore this way.
Ooh, that is the most stale wingman skin. You gotta change that, man. That guy had the classic gray. No effects. Just pure. Ooh, nice. Or up here, I think. See his zip line. Thought I heard something. Oh, that's the original. That was this custom. Oh my gosh. Well, doesn't matter, we're gonna push in, right? Not looking for some ammo in here.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
Keep eyes on the new kill leader.
What? What was that? Oh, there we go. See that? Got your port. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Grappling.
Hostile spotted.
Far to Gibraltar. Yeah, I see him. You see him? Right here. 9, 20. Yeah, let's fly. Right. Alright, alright. Or I see him right here. Going down, bottom side. Yeah, he's right here. Actually, solo. Solo. He's gonna try to reposition. I miss every shot. He went in the bottom part. Coming. Miss every shot. There's something wrong with his hitbox. Oh, whoa. Right here, Walter.
Punching a tunnel.
See his friend. Still. That's what I hate. Revenant and him.
Right on that bus, Eagle.
He's up. Came up there. So you could get my banner and just run. Could've. Yeah, start. Yeah, they were. The chat was saying start the hype. Sorry, guys. He let you down. Yeah, don't start the hype. But he let you guys down. It's okay. Tried. Could've just got my banner though, but it's okay. Remember, failures is a good teacher. Yeah, it's easy for you to say. Your invite, edit invite link. Why is it expire never? Maximum number of users, no limit. Renew. Copy. I gotta update. Why is that? I'm gonna switch my character. Yeah, they weren't very bad. They're smart. He played that like a real Gibraltar.
It's time to impress.
You should have just pushed him when you hit him with the thermite. I don't know why you went on top of the building. Should have. He didn't know you were up there, and you could have came to the side, and you would have been done.
This is your champion. You know what I look like. Come find me.
I'm the jump master. Follow me.
Yeah, I think you would have been fine.
Oh, I think.
Enough lambing around. We're dropping.
Yeah. It's good when you get that shot. The guaranteed, well, like, okay, I'm about to win this. There's guys right here. We need to just beat them out. Knocked. Nice. I got the other one.
First blood. Keep it up. Enemy.
I even know I was
Right here.
there, man.
Hostile spotted. Look out. Getting shot at.
Done. Other one's.
Recharging my shields.
I ran.
Just giving my shields a recharge. Hair thrown if you need it.
You fighting them both? Oh, I thought you'd run.
Throwing cover.
Knocked him. Go.
Taking fire. Guess I'm the new kill leader.
Hey, you gotta let me know if you're doing that, cause I just ran. I had a heal. I was way lower than you, I think. I had nothing.
I just need to be able
Recharging my shields.
That is your loot. I don't know where it is. This guy might have got it. I do. I'll drop it all for you. I'll try Peacekeeper. Peacekeeper.
Hostile close.
Recharging my shields. Patching myself up.
Heavy in here.
Heavy ammo here.
I think Fusion went to bed. Probably better. He does, honestly. I don't even really want to play with him if we're in toxic. Kind of pointless. I could tell right away there was something different about him, like in his play. Like, man, this guy's not playing.
You hear that? There's a care
The thing I'm
package
trying to
coming
get
down.
better at is falling down, hitting a wall, or going on the wall when I fall, so that I don't have like that blue. You fall down and your knees collapse a little bit.
Body shield here. Ladder 2.
Setting a portal.
Oh, they're going to that. Oh, how did he get there so quick? Right here.
Spotted.
Holy camole, I just saw him. Pathfinder. Why? He's got it. Whatever. Favor, devotion.
Attention. The kill leader has been eliminated. Contact the target.
Pop.
Taken fire.
He's almost dead, dude. He's splashed. Got him?
I downed an enemy.
Alright. That guy's 40 on him. Let's finish this guy. Could have a self-res.
Killed an enemy.
You know what I got? I just remembered. Got the Havoc with the 44, 42. He's like, oh my god, they got a long range weapon. What'd you say? Didn't want it?
Just giving my shields a recharge.
Maybe his homie was coming to get it. I'm not sure.
Recharging my
Where is he? Is he up here?
Making contact with enemy. Opening fire.
Oh! No, no, no! There's just two guys right here. Camping. I don't know what they're doing. One's healing. They're coming. One's coming high ground.
Charging my shield. Beginning ring countdown.
I don't believe that guy was just camping. Should be able to make it in this building. Can you do a portal? Come over here and portal us out. Right here. Right here. Coming up. You're good. You're good. Focus it. Yeah.
Whole squad's down.
I was gonna say,
Made
just
the right choices.
focus on me. Got him.
Hold on.
good looking now. Health drone if you need it.
That dude
Just give my shields a recharge.
does that.
Just a sec. 1 second.
Hostile right here.
I don't know what's going on, dude. Can't believe that those guys were hiding down. Just surprised the heck out of me, honestly. Just turned the corner and they lasered me.
Rings not far.
There is a lurk. And
Mind the gap. 45 seconds, rings close.
right here,
Enemy over there.
We're close to the
right
ring.
here.
30 seconds left.
Let's land. I'm gonna land in the basin right here. I'm not.
Throwing hostile.
Okay, ran. Oh, fuck.
Enemy taken out.
He's over here.
Hostile close.
Arcstar out.
We're all inside the ring. Good. Recharging my shields.
He's on top of you.
Go.
Yeah, and there's a guy right here. Got him?
Looks like
Side? Dead.
big up to us. That was the last one in the squad. We've taken out the champion.
It was a champion.
This time.
Patching myself up.
I dipped. What's wrong with that guy? What do you mean? I don't know.
Just a sec.
He was jumping around and he didn't do anything. Oh! Right here. Dude, what is up with this guy hiding? In the rocks. Dipping. Right here.
Contact. Say one.
I've never
We're all
seen
inside this ring.
so many people hide.
Reload. Enemy down.
Gonna kill him, honestly. And enough partying at night. I have way too much. Watch this, here we go. Flexing up, going. Set up a shop, let's set up a shop. Your shop's all neat. Look at how my shop came out. Why did yours come out all neat?
Target spotted.
Target spotted.
This?
Target spotted.
Portal.
Oh, he came up over there. Did he? He did, didn't he?
Target spotted.
Oh, he's almost dead. Yep. I got stuck. Got him?
We're inside.
Recharging my shields.
Last member's down. One squad posted away. Only 2 other squads. Need to
Not
recharge
hard.
my shields.
Dude, this Havoc is cracked. Yeah, see, we can come back and get our, got all your stuff. I left mine, man. Wait on this, I want to see if it's a... Let me get this gold weapon. Please. Dude, get that.
Pay attention. Some of us aren't inside the ring.
Double Mastiff. Knocked him?
Need to recharge my shields.
Alright, so.
Need
hiding.
Enemy spotted.
I'm here. It's a bad push. Do it. How good are they? Oh, behind us, behind us. That's the other player. In here to the right.
Listen up, I'm getting reloading. Just giving my shields a recharge.
Dual master. What are you gonna do to duel? Here for oh, dude. That's like, can you imagine 3 people with mastiffs?
The Apex champions.
There we go. Oh man. Ah. It's a lot harder to win in Call of Duty.
A lot.
There's just not there's no way to really like separate the Warzone as far as the just the guns and everything. You can just kill everybody so quick and instantly. Just doesn't matter what kind of shield you have or anything. If somebody has a good weapon, you're dead. You don't see them. What's up, T? Go! What boy? You want to play Bloodhound? Oh, thanks, Johnny. Good games to you. It's a lot harder to win in Call of Duty. Dude, that dual massive combo was a wrap.
We have no choice but to win.
Tigo, where you at, man? I can't hear you.
Come on, we've got work to do.
If the gun's finished, Vivenna.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
This is
Ear itches.
You know what I look like?
There he is. Maybe. We the champions? Cool.
I'm the jump master.
Got a good feeling about this area.
Okay.
Get ready, moving up.
You done with that game? Yeah. Can hear you. What, your mic? Sure. Next to us? Alright, I'm putting you, Tico.
Level 1.
Up top, up top.
Let's go this way.
Bill.
Attention. First blood.
Running if he's not up here.
Be ready.
Already inside.
48
Shooting.
in the building next to us.
Contact with target.
She ran.
Contact with target.
Right here.
Up that close.
That's not even her. The Watson. Yeah, that's it. That's her. Watson. We're pushing this person. Oh, let's go back up. Alright, just come on. Oh, let's go up there. Oh, I popped her. Popped her bad. $74. Purple. It's right here. Yeah. Yeah, 100 on him.
Reloading.
Yeah, he's almost dead. Where? He's... Right here, Pathfinder. She's popped. Hurt bad. White armor. No. Dang it. Purple armor. He's got it. I'm dead. Right here. I didn't get it. I've been good. How are you? How does everybody have purple armor? 3 people. 4 people with purple armor.
I need shields.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. That was good, though. That was a good little game. You want to play Lifeline? You want to play Bloodhound? If we play 3s, I'm going to play him. In 2s, he wasn't suiting my fancy. I liked Lifeline more. I just don't think we're in situations where he was very beneficial. I've been good. How you been, Hermie? I'm tired. The bed soon.
Come on, friend. Time to win.
Bum, bum, bum.
Let's get the job done.
I need to stand up. Oh. Stretch my legs. Oh. Johnny. Maybe one day Johnny will play another character. I don't know if he can switch away from Wraith though. Once a... Oh, I don't know. Wherever.
This might be a good place to land.
Sure.
Get ready. Moving out.
Let me know when you get to 3. Yeah, right. Sick loot. Whew. Fire. Fire, boy. P2020, no attachments, and a R45. Ready for battle. Oh, there we go. That changed everything. You want to push in the city? I do. Nice. I need that on my R45. That thing is so gross.
Using grapple.
New kill leader. Eyes up. Someone's been there. Hostile close.
Oh, dude. He's purple. Oh, Johnny, where you at? He was purple, dude. I didn't realize he was 125 with the Mozambique. Yeah, he did 125 with the Mozambique. Yeah, just get our banners or die. Dude, he did 125 with the Mozambique. Everybody sees that, right? I did 45 with my wingman. He does 125 with the Mozambique. That's crazy. We ran into the best squad on the map. Have y'all ever done 25 with the Mozambique? It wasn't gold. That's like crazy. You can get that with the Peacekeeper. That's a good Peacekeeper shot. Hey, show me something. That boy showed me something now. Alright, alright. Alright guys, keep it cool.
We'll find you if you let it.
It's been a good night, been a good stream. Appreciate everybody that came by. Shout out to
This is your chance.
trying to see new followers. Goosey. I don't know. Oh, thanks for the follows, thanks for the bits, thanks for the charge points.
Dropping in. Hang on.